Good evening, everybody, and welcome to tonight's meeting. The time is, we're right on time at 7 o'clock. So with that, call to order and roll call.
Counselor Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Hancy,
Here.
Counselor Purser,
Here.
Counselor Parrish,
Here.
Counselor Quigley,
Here.
and Counselor Miller.
Here.
For the record, Counselor Miller is here virtually.
I just want to be a voice.
So no, she's got that flu bug coming around, so I appreciate Amy, you not endangering the rest of us.
You definitely don't want anything to do with this.
We'll trust you on that one. Next, I'm going to ask everybody to stand for a moment of silence to collect your thoughts, and we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have an agenda before us. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
With that, would need a motion.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second. First and second. Any concerns? Deb?
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Hancy,
Yes.
Counselor Purser,
Yes.
Counselor Parrish,
Yes.
Counselor Quigley, Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. We have one proclamation tonight proclaiming January 9th, 2026 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Fruita. And James Williams has eagerly volunteered to read the proclamation. So James, the floor is yours.
Okay. Whereas that all people, regardless of the color of their skin, the persuasion of their theology, or the level of their intelligence, were built by one creator with one blood, designed and fashioned to live on earth with one another. And whereas Martin Luther King Jr. was a minister who dedicated his life for this purpose, so we may as Americans truly live out the Declaration of Independence as we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas the third Monday of every January be acknowledged as Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Fruita as a city holiday and a day to acknowledge a great American who awakened a nation's conscience to not judge a person by the color of their skin, but by the content of their heart. And whereas every year in the week leading up to Martin Luther King Jr. Day, several events are held within the Grand Valley communities to not only honor Martin Luther King Jr., but to also educate and build stronger ties. And whereas in cooperation with the city of Grand Junction, several events are planned to commemorate Martin Luther King Jr. Day on January 19th. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fruita City Council does hereby proclaim Monday, January 19th, 2026 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Fruita Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Fruita, and encourages the citizens of Fruita to observe this day with appropriate activities and programs to honor the memory and legacy of Dr. King.
Thank you, James. My understanding is Elijah Williams was either volunteered, voluntold, not sure which, but to come up and say a few words and accept the proclamation.
I'd like to say that I volunteered. But I just want to say, y'all, council, on behalf of Black Citizens and Friends, I am grateful. We are grateful that y'all are presenting the proclamation for MLK Day. Thank y'all. Yeah, it's to some people it doesn't really mean too much, but to others it means of like great significance. So I just want to say from my heart, thank you for presenting this and acknowledging it on behalf of us, as well as the entire community.
And thank you for continuing to invite us to be part of the celebration.
It's an honor on all sides.
So with that, since you haven't done this before, come on up, get your picture taken. Invite your friends to come up, get their picture taken. Very much. We hope you come to our MLK
Thank
Day
Thank you.
march on the 19th if you're able to. Noon, City Hall, Grand Junction. All right.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. That was our only proclamation. Next, we're going to lead into public participation and consent agenda. This portion of our meeting is set aside for City Council to listen to comments from the public about items not on tonight's agenda or items that appear on the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are those for which all conditions or requirements have already been met, and they are typically approved with a single motion without separate discussion. We welcome and value your input. To help maintain a welcoming, respectful, and productive environment, we ask that there be no clapping, cheering, booing, jeering, or sign holding. This helps ensure that everyone, regardless of their viewpoint, feels comfortable sharing their thoughts. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we ask that you begin by stating your full name and address for the record. If you have any materials you'd like to share with council, please hand them to our city clerk, Deb Woods, so that they can be entered in the public record and distributed appropriately. While council will not respond during this portion of the meeting, please know that we are listening, and we greatly appreciate you taking the time to participate in this important process. So with that, I would like to open up the floor for anybody that would like to make a public comment on something on the consent agenda or not. Please come up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Paul Schultz. I reside at 143 Altamont Court, Fruita. This morning before 8 a.m., I emailed a forensic investigative report to the city clerk and to this council. I'm speaking tonight to ensure the public record reflects the undeniable evidence in that file. For months, the city has claimed that the dredging and paving of the Skiff Avenue wetlands was a private project by a third-party developer. The documents currently in your inbox prove that is legally false. First, you are the designated developer. The post-construction operations agreement recorded with the Mesa County explicitly states that the landowner, City of Fruita, is developing the property. You cannot claim this is a private project when you sign a legal agreement identifying the city as the developer. Second, you are the permittee. The state stormwater permit lists the City of Fruita as the owner. Furthermore, when Mesa County issued a notice of violation for substantial erosion at the Palmer Drain in October, it was issued directly to the City of Fruita's project manager. The city accepted that violation. You are the responsible party. Third, liability has been admitted. On December 22nd, 2025, a retroactive permit application was filed with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. This was 10 months after the wetlands were destroyed. Filing for a permit after the destruction is a de facto admission of unpermitted activity. Fourth, the taxpayer is at risk. The city's own stormwater plan mandated a $50,000 storm scepter filtration unit on Skiff Avenue west of 19 Road. Mesa County Stormwater Site Inspection confirms this unit is missing, replaced by a generic manhole. Tonight, I have 4 separate requests for this council. Number 1, request that the City of Fruita stop being a party to unpermitted construction. You cannot use public funds to facilitate work that violates federal law. Number 2, request the City of Fruita stop destroying wetlands and tributaries to the Colorado River. The Palmer Drain is a vital hydraulic connection. Burying it without permits is environmental negligence. Number 3, request the City of Fruita be transparent, including publicly reporting on the U.S. Army Corps Engineer cases SPA 2025-0069 and 0079. The public deserves to know the status of these federal investigations. And number 4, direct the city manager to administratively freeze any bond releases for Iron Wheel filing 3 and 4 until the storm scepter is installed and federal permits are secured. The private project defense ends tonight. You are the developer, you are the permittee. The liability is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Is there anybody else who would like to come up and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council. Sorry, I lost my spot there. With the consent agenda. Anybody have any questions or concerns on anything on consent? With that,
Quick question. You know, one of the liquor license renewal, the applicant had an issue with underage at one point. Can we just get a summary of what they're doing to make sure that that does not happen again in our?
Well, I believe I put it in the cover sheet that immediately following the violation, the applicant sent all of their staff, even the hostess, to ABT, responsible alcohol beverage training. And I did not have copies of those originally in their liquor file, but the owner of the Strayhorn brought copies of those to me just this morning. So I do have those now. And so they have taken steps to rectify that issue never occurs again.
Wonderful, thank you.
Sure.
we else have any questions?
No.
Need a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second.
All right. Any other questions, concerns? Deb?
Counselor Hansi,
Yes.
Counselor Purser,
Yes.
Counselor Parrish,
Yes.
Counselor Quigley,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
and Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Little concern there with the pause, James?
That seems to be a theme for me today.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
All right. We have no public hearing or action items tonight, which means we are going to jump down to the city manager's report.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. First off, I want to say Happy New Year to everyone. Hopefully, you're all having a great start to 2026. Just a few updates from me tonight. The first one is that registration for our fourth Fruita Academy is currently available and online at fruita.org right on the homepage. Registration is limited to 30 people. We've already had 17 residents sign up, which is awesome. We had 27 last year, which was our largest graduating. Never had that 30, so we're hoping to get it this year, but if not, that's also completely fine. This year's Academy will take place on April 2nd to April 30th on Thursday afternoons from 4:30 to 7 p.m. And speakers will include council, the mayor, board and commissions, our partners like U Water, Lower Valley Fire, staff from police, community development, building inspections, and more. So it should be a really good semester of class. And I look forward to meeting all of the participants and going through that. We have several upcoming meetings and events coming up this month. So this Thursday, we're actually hosting the business after hours in this room in combination with the Fruita Chamber. So that'll be from 5:30 to 7 p.m. We'll be providing dinner from Rib City, and the chamber will be providing drinks as well. So it is free for council to attend, but if anyone else is interested, or if you know anyone else that is interested, they do have to register through the chamber's site, or I believe registration is also available at the door. So this Thursday from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Yesterday, I also sent out a special meeting request. So if you remember over the last few months, we've been hearing from the museums of Western Colorado, and specifically their revitalization task force. So they have requested that we meet with them as a council before our next regular city council meeting. So that'll be January 20th at 5:30 p.m. They'll be given an hour, as we usually do for our special workshops, and they will be here to discuss their efforts to create a flagship regional destination for paleontology, Western heritage, and educational programming. They've already met with the Grand Junction City Council. They did that last month at their final workshop, and this is kind of their next stop as well. So Katie will be sending out dinner orders, so be on the lookout for that. And tentatively, we have that scheduled for January 20th at 5:30, assuming there's no conflicts from this group. The museum is also hosting a State of the Museum address next Tuesday from 8:30 to 11:30 a.m. at their Grand Junction location. If anyone is interested in attending, please feel free to let us know, and we'll make sure we get that on the calendar if we have more than a few, and staff will also be attending that as well. One more event to discuss. The District 51 Foundation sent out information on the White Ice celebration. So that's scheduled for February 7th, 2026, which is a Saturday at 7 p.m. at CMU. We'll also send an email for that. But if you and a plus one would like to attend, let us know and we'll go ahead and get you registered for that. And then my final update, this is from planning. They gave me a cheat sheet, so I'm just going to go ahead and read this. And if anyone has any specific questions, our planning director, Henry Hemphill, is here as well. But at our next meeting, you'll be seeing an opt-out for new state requirements for electric vehicle charging. So a bill from last year, House Bill 241173, mandates that certain governments will work to streamline the process for permitting electric vehicle charging systems. This bill in its passage was responsive to feedback from stakeholders noting that local land use permitting requirements and processes can be a barrier for EV charging and development, and the Act details 3 methods by which local governments may comply. We're not, so you have the option to either opt in or opt out of that, and we're deciding to opt out of that mostly because our code already allows for administrative review of electrical vehicle charging stations, and we weren't planning on amending our code since we already meet some of those streamlined requirements as well. So our current land use code allows EV charging to be administratively approved in zones where commercial parking areas are allowed. We have reviewed options available to local governments and have prepared this resolution to opt out to be at our next meeting. I bring this up now because there are a handful of these changes that may be coming up that are sent to us by the state. And usually when we do have land use code amendments, those go through planning commission and then go to council on a first and second reading because it is an amendment of our land use code. But with some of these things where maybe it's more straightforward, we figured we would just share with you in a brief administrative update. And if council wants to discuss more, we could put it on a workshop and go from there. But just wanted to bring that to your attention as that will be something you could be potentially seeing at our next meeting unless council would like to discuss. That's all I have for city manager's report. Always happy to answer questions. I'm sure that Henry can answer any specific questions about planning or the electrical vehicle charging project state mandate as well. Thank you.
Shannon. All right, with that, bring it back to council. Anybody particularly want to go first? All right, James.
Nothing from me.
All right.
I've got just a couple things. Had a meeting with the Parks and Rec Commission last night. Just wanted to give a few updates. Garden boxes there at the rec center. We got bids back. They came in high. So I think they're trying to look at all that, but and figure out how to keep that going forward. But that's looking to be completed by April 1st, so we can have planting this season. Another cool thing that that the Parks and Rec has been working on is a bike library. So it'll be getting a grant to buy bikes and have them out as loaners through some fashion. I think the really cool thing is that the bike tech group at the high school will be doing maintenance. And one thing that I appreciate is that they're going to be getting bikes that do not compete with local businesses for rentals. So that'll be fun. Another item is they're looking to paint a mural under the tunnel for the river walk because that's gray right now. Cover up graffiti, so they're going to paint that to hope to have graffiti. So they're working with students from the high school to paint that as well. So I really like how how we're reaching out to the community to make improvements and have some fun programs in our community. Last thing is a question to staff is, do we have a volunteer award? We have that, do we not? I have a volunteer on our board that I'd like to nominate.
Oh, great. Yeah.
If you can just get with me at some point to figure out what we need to do to recognize an individual. It's been really helpful.
Sure.
That's all I have.
That's a great idea. All right, I'm going to mix it up. We're not going in order.
You're the mayor.
You. Shannon already hit the state of the museum. I'm looking forward to our workshop with the museum. Other than that, nothing really. I am keeping an eye on snowpack. I score 64% of median. Hello. So what impact, if any, is that going to have on the city? And what's, I guess, our contingency plan for having a tool?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. So, as this group knows, we get most of our water from Ute water, and it's actually been a while since they've given an update to council. So, that is something we could definitely coordinate. But we hosted at our academy last year representatives from Ute Water, and Andrea Lopez, their external affairs director, does a really good job at that as well. But, they've shared that in years where there's low snowpacks, they do have plenty of contingency plans. Back in 2019, 2020, I can't remember the specific year. You probably remember that they actually have rights on the Cara River. So they began to use those rights. And I think they tap water out of the Cara River for one summer when snowpack was really low. But U Water has been trying to diversify their reserves, and they've actually been buying a lot of water rights up in Pitkin County. Most of our water comes from the Grand Mesa, but they've been continuing to diversify kind of their water portfolio. So they keep us pretty updated on that. But I also be happy to organize them to come to speak to council at a future date because it's very informative. It's also very reassuring to hear from them that even if we have a really down year like this, if they have to, they can always pull from the river like they did about 5 or 6 years ago. So I even remember because I was here during that, and they even sent a postcard that said the water may taste just slightly different during that time. They do have a lot of contingency plans in place, kind of given years like this, because unfortunately we're too familiar with them for sure. But yeah, I'd be happy to organize that.
Question on that. If they're interested in having you water come in, and we want to do it before April or after April. That's the reality we're in.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I would love to have them come in personally.
yeah, I would. Oh, if we can have them before April, it'd be good. Yeah.
Yeah. Ironically, they'll be one of our speakers at the Fruita County. But yeah, we can definitely coordinate that. As far as our irrigation water, I'd have to check with Public Works if we have much, if it has much to do with that. That also pulls from, the river and water rights that the canal company has as well. So we can get some more information and get back.
I can actually, this is Mary Elizabeth Geiger, city attorney, put on my water attorney hat and say that it probably will have an effect on the irrigation. Just might mean that everybody's going to have to take a little bit less, or it might not run as long.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Great question.
Thank you. Anything else?
That was all I had.
Rich?
Same for me.
Time of year.
Yeah, we've all had this 2 weeks off. I had somebody ask about the blue metal tables and chairs in Middlebury Plaza that are not there. Is that just a winter thing? Is it just we're just prepping for?
Yeah, I think we're prepping for more weather when those were removed. But yeah, I can get a specific update from Parks, but I think they pulled those.
That's what I thought I had recalled that happening last winter as
Yep.
well, and so I was pretty sure it was weather related. And even though it's not snowy, it's still chilly.
It is, yeah.
Exactly. That
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a deadline to register for the Fruita Academy?
That's a great question. Let me look because I just had it pulled up. I think we usually try to send out information to participants a month before, and Sierra does give them, I think, a little bit of homework as well prior to. But yeah, I would probably say just probably about sometime in February, but no specific deadline that I can see online yet.
And then I just wanted to sort of piggyback off of what Aaron was saying about the boxes, but that there is a community garden public meeting next Tuesday on the 13th at 6 o'clock, right?
Yep.
It's for the one at
the community garden at the
Civics at the Rec Center. Yeah.
I think that's where they're going to be talking about how it's going to, the layout, management, things like that.
And so anyone who's interested in that is welcome to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, 6 o'clock over at the Rec Center, correct? Yep. And then we have the concert coming up, the winter concert, January 30th. So just wanted to throw those events out to our to refresh our memories. That's it.
Thank you. So I was just going, Amy, do you have anything to add? Thank you. Of course not. Miss Miller.
Yeah, the Historic Preservation Board did meet yesterday. I did miss that meeting. Same excuse as today. But Henry was kind enough to fill me in on their discussion. It sounds like it revolved mostly around what the plan will be for the Heritage Room now that our beloved Yvonne Peterson has passed and is no longer in charge of that. There's some logistical things that we're going to need to take care of, but it sounds like they had a pretty good, productive conversation to kind of start that, get that ball rolling. So I look forward to helping them navigate that, and I'm sure we'll have lots of updates soon. That's all.
Thank you, Amy. I don't have much. I do have a request. There were some comments made during public participation. It would be great if we could get a report, kind of our statement back on that to some of those specifics.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Other than that, I got nothing. So, yeah, it's nice, as you said, Janine, to have that kind of 2-week break, and hopefully everybody got a chance to recharge a little bit. Things are going to go slightly different tonight. We are going to step out of our regularly scheduled city council meeting. We're going to go into a Fruita Housing Authority meeting, immediately go into an executive session there, come out of executive session, then come back to city council meeting, and then go into executive session for city council meeting, and then we will adjourn. So based on that revised schedule, and we're still in council reports and action items, anybody have anything else before we step into the Housing Authority meeting? Ms. Miller?
Nope, I'm good.
All right, wonderful. With that, we are going to adjourn. I don't, no, do we need, you're right.
Went to it before.
Right, so we're going to take a
No,
recess
yeah.
from,
Do
Pardon me?
not adjourn. I was
no, we
gonna
just
say,
need to do a recess from city council, and we'll come into the Housing Authority meeting, which will immediately go into an executive session, which is a closed session. So I appreciate you sticking around, though, for the whole meeting. Come back anytime.
First time.
All right. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to officially
Recess.
do a recess. Thank you. Anybody need to do a recess before we jump back in? All right. Amy, we're not going to ask you. So with that, we're going to open up. The time is 7:29. We're going to go into our Fruita Housing Authority meeting. And Deb, would you please poll the commission?
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Hansi,
Here.
Commissioner Purser,
Here.
Commissioner Parrish,
Yes.
Commissioner Quigley,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
All right. So welcome to the Fruita Housing Authority meeting. With that, need a recommendation, but we need to state who all is going to be in this meeting. I'm assuming it's correct. It's going to be Shannon, Dan, and Mary Elizabeth. Will anybody else be joining this meeting? Okay. So with that, need a motion, please.
Mayor, I move to convene in an executive session for the
Who's
purpose.
the chairman?
Chairman.
Chair,
Thank you.
my apologies.
You want to be paired.
Chair, I move to convene an executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice from the authority's attorney pursuant to CRS section 24-64024B and for the developing strategy for negotiations and forming negotiators pursuant to CRS section 24-64024E. with regard to the proposal of a partnership for affordable housing development pursuant to the Prop 123 grant received by the authority.
And that also present at this meeting will be City Manager Shannon Vossen, Assistant City Manager Dan Karas, and City Attorney Mary Elizabeth Geiger. So we have
Second.
first and a second. Any questions?
And for the record, Chair, if actually that would be the Executive Director, Shannon Dawson, and Dan Karas, and the Authority
Oh, you got
Attorney.
me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Hansi, Commissioner Purser,
Yes.
Commissioner Parrish,
Yes.
Commissioner Quigley, Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
All right, great. I think we're going to go into a new meeting link for those that are online. Yep. stopped. I know, we should notate that.
Yeah.
It happened once. All right, so we are now live. And okay, we are back to Open Housing Authority meeting. The time is 9:09. We've just come out of executive session. With that, now that we're back in open meeting, I would like to talk about revisiting the resolution for the land lease that was at the last Housing Authority meeting. And open up discussion of if there were changes made to that group, what changes might we want to see made to that agreement for us to reconsider it? So I can kind of start that discussion. Do we want to look at the length of term on it? Do we want to, in terms of the options that are given, and just kind of want to open that up for discussion and hear people's thoughts on that? So anybody want to jump in?
I can jump in. I would like to not have a full year on the renewal process. Basically, what I'd like to do is I would like to give them an opportunity to get the funding that's coming up in February. Give them that opportunity since they've been working towards that. And then if we find out that they get it, that's great and move forward. But if we do find out at the deadline comes and they are denied that funding, I would like to give them a 30-day time to come up with a different plan that we could talk about where they're going to get their funding. And if they don't have something that we find suitable, that we could cut from this deal and move on to something else, for lack of a better way of saying it. That's something that I would be comfortable with.
But by doing that, allow it to open up to an RFP.
Absolutely. So that we could look at other options, because that was the original reason that we voted the way we voted, was that we felt like we weren't giving others the opportunity. At this point, it seems to me like these guys have done a lot of legwork. They've done what they needed to do. They've honored everything up to this point. So I'm inclined to see it out with them, but I don't want to have just this open-ended go forever type of a thing. But I'm okay with seeing if they can pull it off in this February timeline that's coming up. And if they are, great, that'd be wonderful. But at the same time, if they're not, I would like to move to open it up and have some other options on the table.
I'm going to go around and just ask from everybody. Amy, your thoughts on what James has suggested or any other ideas that you would like to see?
Yeah, I would be comfortable with that. I was a yes, and I think that I really appreciated the communication and the additional information that we saw from Emily and Kim from Indie Build, that kind of strengthened my resolve. The shorter timeline on the agreement, I think that's nice for us. It gives us some more opportunity and flexibility. I would really love to see the for purchase come to fruition. I was encouraged to see that it looked like Indie Build and Housing Resources of Western Colorado have pretty strong relationships. So hopefully they could be collaborative and bring us some pretty cool stuff. I was also really encouraged to see the advocacy that they're doing to shift some of the models with Chaffa. I mean, I know that, you know, I'm fully immersed in that world. So um, the model that they're proposing would be a much better fit for Fruita. So yeah, I was a little bit more encouraged, and I think that I could see some pretty strong stuff coming out of this.
So Amy, and it's not part of the discussion of the agreement, but real quick, if this were to proceed, would you have an interest in, I guess it would be the housing authority, kind of help with that? I don't know if lobbying is the right term, but working towards with Chaffa to help get that equity limitation removed.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that you guys know me well enough to know that, yeah, that's something I'm always going to advocate for our community. I love,
Yeah.
you know, getting people into homeownership and helping them build generational wealth is hugely important. And I think it meets every single one of our, you know, our goals as a city and a community.
Absolutely.
So I would be 100% behind, and I agree, you know, with Emily with housing resources that the deed restriction is not the only successful model, and there are ways that, you know, we can do it that would allow families to build that equity and that generational wealth. Yes, for sure.
And I'm seeing lots of nods from around the other commissioners. Okay, anything else, Amy?
Nope.
All right, I'm just going to mix it up. Aaron?
Let me ask a procedural question. So I understand that we're talking about amending this agreement. Are we voting on this agreement tonight with those stipulations, or do we need to see the agreement change before we?
I think procedurally we would give direction because there's a timing issue, and we just need to be super clear in terms of what that is. And listening to James, it's like, 30 days. If you get the funding, it proceeds. If you don't receive the funding, there's 30-day window to come back. And then we can reconsider. And if there's nothing proposed within 30 days, that agreement ends.
And if you're
But
saying,
we give that direction to Mary Elizabeth and to the executive director, and to put that into the agreement, if we're very clear, and at that point, they would have the authority, because we've agreed to it, to execute on that.
execute this agreement. I know, like let me ask this question. So if we approve this land lease that allows IndieBuild to apply for a LIHTC grant application, correct? And within that application, it's my understanding that they are committing to build 40 affordable housing rental units. Can we?
Yes.
And so if they do get awarded the LIHTC, then that means that this entire project, there's got to be at least 40 affordable rental units on this property. That gives me concern because, that's committing us to something that I don't know that we need or not, because we have this housing study that we don't have, that's not concluded yet, and given us the information for us to make housing assessments throughout the whole city, let alone just on this project alone. And that gives me a lot of concern with moving forward. That's one of two things that are very heavy on how it would indicate how I would vote.
Okay, that's one. You said there was two. Did I misunderstand you?
Just there's one.
Okay. All right. Rich?
Not having the history, not having gone through, I didn't have the heartburn that some of the council had as to the relationship between the council and IndieBuild. But based on the additional information that was given, the conversations that we've had, I appreciate the viewpoint that James and Aaron have presented, and I am comfortable with making that kind of a change in the agreement. I understand the concern about the 40 units. But with, as I understand it, if they get that funding, it's a funding issue that determines how many units they will have to build. But at this point in time, if we were to say no to Indie Build, and so they don't apply, so that means that we have to go out for an RFQ, which means that no one else is going to apply until next year. So again, we've delayed the whole project a whole year for what we don't know about the housing resource study and what supposedly the community needs or doesn't need. And I guess I don't think that that's
A serious enough concern.
or a reasonable reason to delay approving it. So I would go along with the stipulations or the direction that James is proposing to give to the staff. Again, I have to rely on the expertise of the staff because as you guys talked about the kinds of financings and stuff, you lost me a long time ago about what this all meant. So again, I have to rely on the expertise and the knowledge of the staff who is recommending that we approve this land lease. So that's where I go.
Thank you.
This has been a very difficult process, but it has been a process, and I think that we've all learned a lot from it. I think that our vote the last time that we were here prompted a lot of communication and a lot of coordination, a lot of collaboration, and I would hope that we continue to see that. And I think that by extending this additional opportunity, I kind of want to see that same level of communication and collaboration between all three agencies. So I agree with what James is proposing.
But I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, which is part of the heartburn maybe last time was it didn't feel as collaborative and kind of upfront, and we want to kind of give direction towards staff. If we move forward, that's something that we actively have to pursue and work on to
Absolutely.
keep this moving.
Yep. On all three of our parts.
Okay.
I think everyone has summed everything up very well. I don't really have, I am in agreement with the majority of my counterparts here. I do appreciate Aaron's concern about the 40 and how that looks. I do feel like there's still enough flexibility with the rest of the project to address other ways of housing and how we may want to look at that. So I'm not discouraged in the same way, but I do understand the concern for sure. I do think we've had a preview of the housing assessment that, and maybe staff could tap in here, that might lead us to feel like this is not out of bounds in regards to what our needs actually look like. All right, so I'm good to go.
There's still the challenge of location that we're still trying to work through.
Yes.
But having said that, we bought this
Right.
property knowing that there was going to be some sort of mix
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have to figure out if we're going to if somebody wants to put forth a resolution, we're going to need to do that and then make sure we give staff, Mary Elizabeth, the right direction, because from a procedural standpoint, because of the timing of February 1st, the goal would be to give them ample time to kind of get everything together to meet that deadline. So I need some help here, or we need some help here in terms of how to write or put that resolution forth.
Sure.
All in
So,
any-
oh, go ahead.
No, that's your turn.
Yeah, you're up.
Okay. Okay. So the resolution that was under consideration on December 16th had a draft ground, option agreement, attached to it. And that resolution was to approve that ground lease option agreement as written. So what I have been doing as you guys have been talking is actually drafting we can't use that same language from that resolution because you guys are not adopting that, you're not authorizing the execution of that particular draft. So I am writing a resolution that states that the Housing Authority desires to enter into a ground lease option agreement, which grants IndieBuild an exclusive option to enter into a future long-term ground lease upon certain terms and conditions. The agreement will outline the conditions precedent to IndieBuild's exercise of the option term, option payments, requirements, etc. The Housing Authority Board of Commissioners finds that with certain terms and conditions approving the agreement with certain terms and conditions approving the agreement is in the best interest of the Fruita Housing Authority. So what I'm trying to do now, based upon the conversations that you guys are saying, is the resolution will be a resolution directing staff to include certain terms and conditions for the ground lease option agreement. One, a condition precedent to IndieBuild exercising the option. So remember, this is a hurdle they have to get over before they can even start talking about a ground lease. IndieBuild must either receive the 9% LIHTC funding for which it is applying on or before February 20. Well, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. But must receive the 9% LIHTC funding from the February 2026 application timing. I'll tweak that a little bit. If IndieBuild is not awarded this funding, IndieBuild shall have 30 days within which it can present alternative funding opportunities to the authority. If the authority is not satisfied with the alternative funding plan, the option agreement shall automatically terminate and the authority shall retain the option payment. That sound like it's...
And then we need to give staff the permission to.
Well, hold, I'm going to keep going. I have one more thing
Okay.
because you guys have been talking about the term. The option term shall be through July 31, 2027, unless earlier terminated as described herein. So that earlier termination would be
That's
what we just
perfect.
talked about.
Right.
If IndieBuild has met the condition precedent regarding funding, so either they got the 9% or they presented something to you guys that was an alternative that was satisfactory. The option term may be extended for additional 6-month terms by paying the amount set forth in the option agreement as presented to the authority at its December 16, 2025 meeting. So instead of those being annual payments, they'll now become 6-month payments. If all conditions precedent, so this is what Dan has talked about in the past and is in the agreement now. 3 conditions precedent. First is the funding. We've dealt with that. Second one is all site plan approvals. And then the third one was any necessary easements. So they have to get all 3 of those. If they haven't done that by December 31, 2027, then the option agreement shall terminate and all amounts paid by IndieBuild shall be retained by the authority. So that,
Basically 2 years from now, basically. Yes.
yeah, they can keep extending it. But at any time, you guys could cut it off. And I'll write that in there. So we're putting it on a 6-month cycle, if that makes sense. But recognizing that it might take them some time to get those condition precedent of site plan approval, and somebody lined up to do construction and all of that.
Well, but if they get the funding, then we're saying.
That's just,
Right, that's the first cutoff. But let's assume they get the funding.
mm-hmm.
I got a little confused. There's a 6-month cycle in there?
So they can't exercise the option. The authority can't go to ground lease negotiations until they've met three conditions precedent. First one is funding. Second one is site plan approval. And third one are any necessary easements. So there could be some lag time while they're trying to get numbers 2 and 3 completed, which is
Right.
why they would extend the option term, because they can't exercise the option yet. They have to have those three things until they can.
Right. Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does, but I'm looking around the room.
It does make sense. Do we need it to be that 6 month if they've gotten the funding, or are we okay if they've gotten the funding to do it?
We can 1-year terms would be cleaner. It's just, it would be fewer edits to the current document.
I'm fine
But,
with
you
the
know,
1 year.
I'm with the 1 year.
Yeah.
My main concern is the funding part of
Okay.
So fine with the 1 year if they get the funding. If
Yeah,
they
they-
don't get the funding, then they have the 30 days to
Yeah.
give us something
Yeah.
different, and then we'd go from there.
right. Yeah. So
Right.
basically it's going to end if they don't get the funding and can't present, if they don't get the LIHTC and are unable to present you with another satisfactory funding source.
And if they get the funding, then it goes on the 1-year cycle.
Yeah. And
Goes
then
on the
if
1-year
that
cycle.
goes 1 year, then we can look at it and see if we
Right.
don't like it, move away. That's what we want.
Just what she read.
So moved.
Before there's a second, is that a legit? I don't mean to be sarcastic.
No,
I want to make sure we have a really clean, yes.
So what you would need to do, since you do not have the resolution in front of you, it would be resolution 2026-1. Go ahead and vote on it tonight. And January 20th, you would just ratify the exact words. Does that make sense?
So we just literally put forth a motion to approve 2601 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Just motion to renew
Which is giving us the direction to put, to make those changes. And if
Well, we're also wanting to give them the permission to go ahead and move forward with it after they get it done.
to
Right, but
execute
And execute it too.
execute
we
it
need
though
that in this
only
motion.
yeah, but that's gonna be part of the resolution. But remember, we're only executing if they agree to these terms and conditions that you're putting forth.
Okay.
If
All
they,
right.
it-
And that's
yeah,
clear now. It's all out there.
if they don't agree to the terms that you're putting forth, then,
Sure.
it's,
We won't
yeah.
see it to ratify it anyways. Okay.
So if I say so moved to what you just said, is that good? Or do we need to word it?
I think it'd be good to restate it. Just the resolution.
Can you restate it in a way that cuts it down into where we can say so moved? Or do you want us to come up with something? Absolutely not, but
Use the same wording from our other meeting with the new number of the resolution.
No, because it's a different resolution. So,
know.
if somebody wants to put forth, how about this? If somebody wants to put forth a motion to approve resolution 2026-1, which is a resolution of the Fruita Housing Authority approving terms and conditions for a ground lease option agreement with IndieBuild for the development of affordable housing on property located at 1130 and 1138 18.5 Road.
So moved.
Okay,
And those, and those
Second.
specific terms and conditions as discussed.
okay, now we need so moved.
So moved.
So we have a-
second, Rich beat me.
We have a first and a second. Before we vote as the Housing Authority, any other questions, comments, or concerns?
You need to write that down for Deb. Or do we we have it we have it recorded. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Meeting.
You guys are good, right? Okay, that was.
And I'm writing it down as we're talking.
Okay.
Amy, any additional questions or concerns from you?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. With that,
Commissioner Miller? Oh, my apologies. Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Quigley?
Yes.
Commissioner Parrish?
Yes.
Commissioner Purser?
Yes.
Commissioner Hansey?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, everyone. I know this was a very passionate discussion, and I appreciate the manner of which it was held. So thank you, everybody, for that. So with that, we are going to adjourn our Fruita Housing Authority meeting, and then we'll jump back into the Fruita City Council meeting. And for the record, the time is 9:34.
Do we have recess between?
No.
Ah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Empty
No,
bottle.
no,
I-
don't go down that path.
I'm not sure you guys need me anymore, or do you?
No. Well,
Okay.
not tonight, not
Yes.
tonight.
No, we don't need you at all. What do you think?
We're done with you.
Done.
Thank
Hit
you.
the road, Jack. Thank
That
you.
was-
Done recording.
Thanks, Mary Elizabeth.
Thank you. No, thank you guys. That was very thoughtful discussion, and I've got it all down, so we'll get working on it.
All right. So keep the same recording? Okay. So based on that, with the idea is we'll go in executive session, take a recess.
You have
And
to
come
read
back.
the thing to do that.
What?
We have to read it. Okay.
There needs to be a motion.
Gotcha. I move to meet in executive session for discussion of a personnel matter under CRS section 24-6-402 4F regarding the city manager's formal review where the city manager has not requested an open meeting.
Okay. First.
Second. Beat me again, Rich.
No, James got that one. All right. Any additional questions or concerns? Would you kindly poll council? Oh, I can poll council. Amy,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Janine,
Yes.
Rich. Yes. All right, Amanda. All right, motion passes 6-0. With that, the time is 9:35. Let's do 10.
If you want, we could look at some.
Okay.
Oh.
Should kind of briefly go, we just, executive session, it was to discuss the annual review for the city manager. We should probably each try to take 30 seconds to go around and kind of give general high-level feedback in open meeting. I'd like to have this as part of open record, and then we can go into compensation discussion. So Amy, why don't you go first?
Okay. So my feedback for Shannon was that this first year has been pretty fantastic. I've been really impressed with his confident leadership. I was thrilled to see him immediately really encourage his leadership team to step up and be creative and be a little bit more involved. And the only encouragement I really had was that he not lose himself too much in the job and to be sure and keep some time for his family, focus on that balance between work and his young family life. But I think we've had a pretty fantastic first year.
Amanda, we're just going to go in order.
Okay. I shared with Shannon that I was proud to see him develop and come into his own. Again, kind of recognizing that it was a very successful year. We did have our challenges, but he's really taken that in stride. And I think we get to know him so well. I think he needs to share that with other people in the community as well. Yep.
Thank you. Rich?
Just nothing but praise for the transition that was made from the former city manager. I don't get that much opportunity to see you in other than public appearances, but everything that I've seen says you've done an exceptional job this year.
Thank you.
I am just so thrilled that Shannon is the city manager of Fruita and that the first year has gone as well as it has. Did express it's like Amanda said, there's definitely been some challenges in a lot of ways, and I feel like Shannon handled that seamlessly. And I'm thankful for that calm. And really would like to encourage him to continue to work on the morale of the staff and the culture that the city has.
Shannon, I really appreciate how you've made this position that you hold your own, and that you've really stepped up and shown that leadership, and that you've encouraged others to show their leadership skills as well. And you're sharing the wealth of running the city. Thank you.
I just want to thank you for making us look good, because there was a little bit of us putting our neck out there, and we all had most faith, and we knew you could do it, and you proved us right, and we appreciate that. We all took a chance on you, and it proved that we made the right choice, and not that we even were worried about it, but it was what it was, and you've done a great job. Yeah, definitely meet or exceed anything that we've asked you to do. So just keep it up, and just keep your eyes on your family and make sure that they're a priority. And yeah, try to continue to foster, like, again, the word culture just keeps coming up, and I'm happy that that's on the tip of your tongue, because that's huge in an organization of this size. And um, the importance of everybody feeling heard and feeling like they're a part of what's going on is huge. And I feel like you do a good job with that. Your enthusiasm and good attitude out in the community really shines through. I feel like that when you're there and the public knows you're there, that they feel like that you're approachable, and that's huge too. I really like us not having walls separating levels in our community, and that, for lack of a better term, oddly enough, stems from the top down. So, good job. I appreciate it.
Not a whole lot left for me to say. It's been fun watching, you hit the ground running and watching you continue to grow, making this your own. And having worked with a lot of leaders, I can't express enough how much I appreciate the balance of wanting to accomplish as much as you can for the city and balancing that with what keeps coming around, which is the culture. And that's a really hard balance to try to keep. But it comes from core values and principles. And you have, I think, done that extremely, extremely well. And I've heard from previous council members, previous mayors, it's gotten a whole lot more complex over the past few years in terms of what we're having to deal with. So kudos to you to kind of hit the ground running. I know this is slightly different than in years past. And I'll take full responsibility for that, because I come from a background which is, you get an email and say, here's your whatever compensation change. If you're lucky, that's what happens. So there's not quite, I'm not used to a culture where there's this dialogue. So that's what kind of why bringing it back into open session. And I want to make sure we have this correct before we go further. Your current compensation is at 182.5. There's been a budget of a 4% increase in the budget already established. We have the option to keep you flat, go higher. There's no option to go lower. And there is also in the budget a $1,000 exceeds expectation spot bonus, for lack of a better term. So that's kind of the parameters we had during our discussion. And it was a pretty easy discussion. And I'll just throw it out there because Rich provided the math for me. We understand that 4% is kind of what was budgeted because of the desire for more round numbers. Where we were talking about was a 4.10958904.
For all the decimal points.
You're a finance guy. You could probably figure that out, but we'll save you the math, which is 190. And then throwing that out with the $1,000 spot bonus as well. So, and to make sure procedurally, we need a motion to amend the contract, your contract to that, and then have to vote on it. And I need to write down who does it first, who does the motion.
Mayor, I move to adjust Shannon's compensation for 2026, first contract to be $190,000 and to be awarded a $100 or a $1,000 bonus.
Second.
James beat you to it.
Internet.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any additional questions, comments, concerns before we go to a vote?
Thank you.
Nope. All right. All right, then I'll do it. All right. Rich,
Yes.
Yes.
Amy,
Absolutely.
is that a yes or a no?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. James,
I guess.
I need a yes or a no.
Kind of. No, yes.
Yes.
Indeed, yes.
All right. Motion passes 6-0. All right. With that, the time is now 11:01, and this meeting is officially adjourned.
Thanks, guys.